to go. All right. All right, we're back. Back to where we were before.
What happened? Did you just?
What do you mean?
I think the purchase went through. I said buy now. It didn't give me an option to select which freaking card to use, so it went on my personal card.
Nice. It's an excellent webcam. I've got 2 of them.
Yeah, but I want to expense it. I don't want to buy it myself.
It just says submit the receipt.
Oh, wait a minute. It didn't come through. So it didn't.
God. Okay.
Huh. Okay, yeah, go on.
Okay. So we got our code, right? So this is from
Oh wait, are we streaming?
yeah.
Yes, right. We're back at it. I was going to talk about my wife bought some shoes. Like, I shouldn't say that live on the stream. But we are indeed. Right. Okay. This is the old code.
So this is the old code, right? So this is straight out of an old sample that used it uses ON.
Mm-hmm.
And it uses ADAL, Active Directory Authentication Library, which of course is the old one. So you'll notice there's nothing here, right? So this is straight off of the off the Git repo. If we go look at our settings, there should be no settings in here, and there are not. So let's run this and see what we get. I don't think we'll get much, but the app should at least build and run, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. Build succeeded. Let's see if it runs.
Do we want to show the settings inside Azure AD for the app registration, in case people are curious about how we set it up?
Sure. So, well, we haven't set anything up yet, right? There are no settings over here. Client ID.
Oh, there's no settings. Okay, so
everything is sample value right now. So this is just as it came off of the trunk, which is the Azure Samples organization, Active Directory.NET Web App, Web API, OAuth 2 user identity.
Okay.
Repo, which is one of the ones that we used to link to from our, and still do link to from our V1 overview or V1 samples page.
Yep.
And my assumption would be that, and from what we've seen at customers, this is .NET Framework. There's still a lot of people using .NET Framework, especially older legacy apps. And there's no reason not to, right? No reason not to keep it going, especially if there's going to be a big engineering investment to move over. Move the whole thing from platform to platform. You might as well update what you got. So we have nothing enabled. So use another service to log in, don't do anything. There are no providers, so that's fine. Then of course we can do local. So good. So that works. So let's go get an app registration. So let's create one. We're in the Azure AD portal, which you can get to with aad.portal.azure.com /your tenant name, which could be one of your custom domains. It could be your default .onmicrosoft.com domain. And it's sort of like a trimmed down Azure portal. It only has Azure AD related things in here. Of course, you can get to this from the regular Azure portal as well.
Yep.
So let's create a new one, and we'll call this NetFX ADAL migration all Microsoft. So
and there is no limit on the number of characters there, is there?
There probably is eventually.
After 170 characters, it runs out.
120. So we have accounts in any organizational directory checked, and that gives us multi-tenant Azure AD, so any Azure AD and personal MSAs. And the only reason I'm choosing this one is because that's what the sample docs told us to use.
Okay.
So we're going to use that one for the moment. And then for the redirect URL, it's 44323. And then as we found yesterday, the docs are actually incorrect. And so because this is using ON, that tends to follow a sign-in-provider
Microsoft
format.
Yeah.
So you'll notice in a lot of the newer and a lot of the newer code, it's sign-in-OIDC. But since this is a little bit older, this is actually sign-in-Microsoft. So we'll go ahead and register this. And this is going to let anyone with any account that goes through Microsoft, and like Azure AD account from any tenant and personal accounts, log in. So we need our client ID. We'll go ahead and grab this guy here.
Yeah, that's what you need.
We need our tenant. And the neat thing about the tenant is it can be any variation. So my tenant name is jpda.onmicrosoft.com, or you could use a custom domain if you have one. So I have a custom domain on mine called jpd.ms. That'll work too. We'll go ahead and put this here. And then we need a secret. And the reason why we need a secret is because this uses auth code flow. So I'm going to go generate a secret. And we'll just use a secret string. We don't have to worry about a secret certificate. And of course, we'll cycle this secret as soon as we're done.
Yeah.
netfx, studio debug, and we'll make it a year. Don't ever use never. I think that's there because people complained about it, but I don't think it's ever a good practice to use it. So we'll go ahead and grab our secret. And now we need to go back to startup.auth.
Yeah.
And we're going to enable our Microsoft account authentication. So we'll uncomment this. We've got our client ID already and our client secret defined up here.
That's part of the config. Yeah.
And so we just have these static strings that are coming out of configuration manager. Man, that's a throwback. So we've got our client ID and we got our client secret, and we're going to use Microsoft account authentication. So now when we run this, we should see a new provider, and that new provider will be Microsoft. And in this context, Microsoft means any Microsoft account that's out there. Corporate, private, personal, whatever. So let's see what we get.
Dun, dun, dun. Spinning, spinning, spinning.
I got this new Surface Laptop 3, and it's the Intel one, and it's usually pretty fast, but I don't know, maybe it's IIS and .NET Framework. Ugh. All right, so our app's back up. Go log in. We've got our new one over here, so that's good. Now, I'm in an Edge profile for my private or for my personal account, so let's open a private window, just because we don't necessarily want to deal with somebody already being logged in. So I'm just going to take this URL. We'll move it over here to a private browser. And let's use Microsoft to log in. And now we are at the main sign-in page, right? So this is the typical common sign-in page. You notice up here at the top we've got common as the endpoint. So this common takes anybody. There are other ones for organizations if you just want Azure AD accounts, or you could tenant this by adding your own tenant ID in here, but we're going to come back around to that in a minute. And the other thing that's curious is you'll notice that it says it's got V2 in here. And my suspicion is that the V2 is coming from the fact that the ON libraries are newer than when the sample was originally created. So let's go ahead and use my let's use an account in the tenant in which we created this. So I will use my test account, and I'll have to multi-factor, so I've got to find one of these phones around here.
And this is only supporting org login, right? We don't have Microsoft Plus MSAL accounts.
This supports everything right now.
Oh, this supports everything. Okay,
yep.
Good.
So I'm getting consent, right? Because it's a new app that I've never consented to before.
Yeah.
And the permissions are pretty basic: sign in and read profile, and then offline access, maintain access to data. I won't worry about organizational consent right now, so go ahead and accept that consent, and then we should get back into the app.
Yep.
And the app should know who we are, because the app will have received an ID token from us. from Azure AD, and we'll be able to see what we've got. And there we go. So now it's got my name up here in the corner. And if I click my name, it takes us over to our sort of profile page that's in here. Let's look at our actual user profile. So it says we have to sign in to see our profile, even though we just signed in, which seems a little weird. I don't know why.
Yeah.
Don't know why we have to sign in twice, but let's go ahead and sign in again. And, oh, okay. So,
dun, dun, dun.
What's interesting about this one is, so if we look at, let's look at this URL that we've got here, right? So let me get into something with a little bit bigger. So if we look at the URL that we're being sent to now, there are a few curiosities about it, right? So remember our last one was A to the common endpoint and B using V2. Well, this one is using my tenanted endpoint, right? And it's not using V2, it's using V1.
Yeah, there's no V2 there in the URL.
So there's no V2 here. And part of that is, you'll notice because of that, we have this resource parameter here. And the resource parameter doesn't have a scope. It's just a full resource.
Yep.
Which means that any permissions we need for our app will have had to have been assigned in the portal first under Graph for us to get an access token. There's no sort of just-in-time or dynamic consent like we get with MSAL. So let's see what else we've got in here. So we have a response type of code, so that's authorization code. And then we've got our redirect URI. And the redirect URI, interesting here is that this one is a different path than the one that we needed to sign in with.
Why should it be the same path? That would be too easy, right?
Yeah, that would make too much sense. So,
but one important thing here to say is that people should not fear the error messages that they receive through there, because sometimes people just freeze there and they kind of work it out how to fix it. A lot of the information is there. You just need to know where to look for, right?
Yep. So
grab the URL.
Oops. And then our response mode, that's pretty typical. That's a form post. So when Azure AD takes in our stuff or sends it back to the app, it's going to post it as a form. Then we've got some extra. This is all sort of like telemetry and metadata. So the client SKU, the client version, and then some other info about our machine. So this is x64. Client OS is Windows 10, and then a bunch of state information that's used to make sure that we're not replaying or forging requests, and then that should be about it. Yeah, I think that's all. So the key here, though, let's go back to our error message.
Yep.
The reply URL specified in the request does not match the reply URLs configured for our application. And this is a security feature, because if anybody could request a token, or craft a request like this, and put their own website in here, or a domain that they control, then they could receive an access or ID token for your app to their app. And if it's malicious, we don't want that. So if we URL decode it, you'll notice it's just localhost 44323 whack OAuth.
Yep.
So the first thing we need to do is go fix that. So let's get back to our app registration. And if we look at our reply URLs under authentication, we've got our sign in Microsoft, which handled our sign in. We also need this OAuth one. And the fact that this controller is called OAuth is going to be important here in a minute. All right. So now we've got our new reply URL in there. So now, in theory, if we go back to our app, localhost 44323, and we go to our profile, and we go to sign in, now we've signed in. And now,
nice.
Let's take this breakpoint off, and let it run. And now, here's my user profile. So here's my name, here's my first name, here's my last name that came off of my user profile, which came from the graph, right? Cool.
Fantastic.
So now we're working, right? Now, this is a pretty this isn't a very good experience for a host of reasons. Partially because we're using two different endpoints. We're using kind of two different ways of fetching this data. So we're talking to the graph with the V1 through the V1 endpoint, requesting a token through the V1 endpoint, and we're making the user sign in again.
Yeah, that's awful.
It kind of feels like SSO because I was already authenticated in the browser, right?
Yep.
But that's sort of like, what's the most diplomatic way to put that?
It's a bad user experience.
Bad user experience. So,
or it's not intuitive enough for people to be able to work it out.
Yep.
Having to log in on every page just to get your information, it's just counterintuitive, right?
Yep. So far, we have only enabled Microsoft Account Auth, which is great. So that works, right? And we can go fetch. A token for the graph to pull back some profile data. So let's go look. Let's look at this user profile controller.
Can you zoom in one click on the code? For my old eyes.
I did. Better?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's see. Our index is looking for a current identity. It's going to get in some claims. It looks like it's getting the name identifier claim first. And to get the object ID. And it's creating a new user identifier with name and a displayable ID.
Okay.
So from there, so we're creating a new client credential, and a client credential is a way to authenticate an application, which is important for two reasons. One, you may be using a client credential to make an app-to-app call only, right? Where you want to, you don't care about who the user is, you only care about the application. But you also need to identify the app when you're doing a code swap, an authorization code swap. So you got to authenticate the application and then pass in the authorization code back to Azure AD in order to get an access token for whatever it is you're trying to get to. Which we did when we signed the user in the second time.
Right.
So, let's see, this is doing a generate state, and then we're getting the authorization request URL. And this is the URL that we're going to send the user to get them to sign in, right? So in an authorization flow, or in an OAuth flow, there's the authorized endpoint, which is where the user signs in and says, yeah, I want to allow this app to do this. And then there's the token endpoint, which is where we go to actually request a token. So we'll get a token from we'll get an authorization code, a one-time use code from the authorized endpoint, and then we'll send that to the token endpoint to get the actual access token that we need to go and talk to our service, right? So authentication context is very much an ADAL function, right? So this is something that, this is a part of ADAL.
Yep.
And excuse me. And then we're doing an acquire token silent async here, which is going to go off to the cache and try to figure out what to do from there. Now, what's interesting about this is it's saying we're going to go get a token for the graph. We're going to use the client credentials to authenticate the application itself.
Yep.
And then the user identifier is any user. So I don't even know what that means. So I guess it's saying give me any token that's in the cache. Seems a little strange.
Grab the first one you find.
Well, if we look up here, when we create the authentication context, we're doing a token DB cache based on the user's object ID. So each token cache is independent, each token cache is isolated to a specific user, right?
Gotcha. Yep.
And in confidential client applications, like web apps, that is the That is the guidance, is to use a separate
identifier per identity, right?
Yeah, use a separate cache per user for their token caches.
Okay.
We don't want any commingling of caches. So then acquired token silence is going to go look in that cache to try to find a token for that user. Now, then of course the question is, how do we get that token in the cache in the first place, right?
Yep.
And that's what the authorization URL is. So let's see here. This is our user profile controller. So once we get a token,
it's a little bit weird. Why does it stick the authorization URL in the view bag?
because that's what is going to show up in the app. Like, let me run the app. I'll show you what I mean.
I'm sitting at the edge of my seat. I was literally sitting at the edge of my seat.
I'm sitting on the edge of my seat because I'm sitting on an outdoor couch that's in my sister-in-law's basement. We're doing this on location this week.
Yeah, we're doing it on location. Next time we'll do it outdoors.
Yeah. So. Okay. Come on. I think there's some EF stuff that was in here too, and I don't even know if I've got local DB installed on here or not. Probably, I guess I do, but I wonder if it's trying to talk to a database that doesn't exist, so it's timing out. That's part of why it's taking so long every time we run it.
Let's fix one problem at a time. But yeah, it's taking awfully long.
It is. So if I go to profile now, let's get signed in again. Oops, I'm in the wrong window, but that's okay. Now, because I'm signed in with my live account in this window, which again, we didn't make any code changes, and we can sign in a user from anywhere. Yeah, we'll let it go ahead and read our profile.
Live.com. When did they stop allowing you to create live.com emails? Back in 2010 or something?
Has it been that long?
Yeah, I think maybe when my daughter was born, when Outlook.com was joined, so was announced. So maybe 2012, 2013.
Okay. So I've associated my account. Okay. So now we're at the user profile controller, right? And this link here, right? This link, this click here to sign in, that is this authorization URL.
Oh, gotcha. Right.
So this isn't actually talking to Azure AD or anything at all. This is merely generating a URL to use for an authorization, to get an authorization from a user, right?
Gotcha.
So that link is now here. And when we click this is when we go over to that OAuth, or when we come back, that's when we go back to that OAuth controller. So if we go back and look, so we've got our authorize here, our resource, our client ID, but our redirect URI is this localhost whack OAuth, right?
Yep.
So in here, oops, we'll just leave that for now. So let's go look at our OAuth controller, because that's what's actually handling most of the token fetching, token getting, right?
Yep.
So index, one of the parameters is the code, and this is the authorization code that you're going to get back from Azure AD, right? And then errors or anything else that may come in. So let's see what this code's doing. So it's finding a claim called name identifier to get the object ID out of the user, which we already have a user because the user's been signed in with Owen. So it's going to validate the state. And see, a lot of this is stuff you don't even have to do anymore. And then this is the actual redemption of the authorization code. So this is what's going to handle sending the auth code back to Azure AD and getting back a token.
Yep.
So we've got our credential.
So this token is explicitly for speaking to Graph, right? To
Right.
get the information.
Yep.
Yes.
So we're creating a new authentication context with this token DB cache, which is important because when we acquire the token with an authorization code, we can't reuse the authorization code, right? So we send it in, we get the token back. If we try to send it again, or if we send it after a couple minutes, we can't use it anymore, right? Because it's not intended to be an ongoing thing. It's intended to be like, it's basically intended to keep the token data itself out of the browser,
Yep.
right?
Fire and forget.
Yep. So this is a one-time request. We're going to acquire token by authorization code. And what ADAL does and what MSAL does too is when this call happens, it actually just gets pushed into the cache. That's it. You fetch it later when you need it. The only point of acquire token by authorization code async right now is to handle the code exchange and stuff the result into a cache, right?
Okay.
And our cache is driven by our user's object ID, so that way we know it's just for this one specific user. So we do our result, or our...
Hey, where's our music?
I don't have any music for the regular stream yet. I only found things that were like 2 or 3 minutes long. I think it needs to...
Fine. Just give them on the loop, drive people crazy.
I mean, we can go pick some after we're done with this part.
That's fine. I'm just messing with you.
Okay.
Just remember, it was like awfully silent between the gaps.
So we're going to acquire token by authorization code async. So we need the credential. Most importantly, we need the app's credential. We need the authorization code that we received. We need the redirect URI. We need the resource for which we need a token, which in this case is the graph, right?
Yep.
So this is going to handle that code redemption and then send us back to the redirect URI. And the redirect URI came out of, is set in the view bag by whatever sent it, and it gets stuffed into the state, right?
Okay.
That's all. A lot of that code is custom in here. So there's this validate state down here. Looks like it goes and gets some data out of a database. Like, again, this is not something that typically you have to do on your own with MSAL. But for whatever reason, it's in here. So now, at this point, by the time we finish this, we should have a token in the cache for calling the graph. So let's go look at our graph call, which should be back in user profile controller, right? So back in user profile controller, we have this acquire token silent. And silent just means go get me a token. If you have to ask the user for data, like to ask the user to sign in or anything like that, pretty much fail, right? And that's why we're catching this ADAL exception here. So if we fail to get one silently, then in this case, this logic's saying go and re-authenticate the user. If it fails for some other reason, then we're just saying, you can't do it. Go figure it out, right? So at this point, this next part here is going and asking the user to re-authenticate, and then this is our actual graph call, right?
Yep.
So here, it looks like we're using the graph user URL, which I think is just graph whack me.
No graph SDK.
Well,
I
mean, it's one
this code
call.
is probably old, but
Doesn't matter. Which is coming out of the config. So that's this graph user URL here.
yep.
If we go look in the config, it looks like it is graph whack v1 whack me, right?
Yep.
So that's easy enough. So that's what we're going to be making our call to. We're going to be doing a get on that URL, and we're going to be taking our access token off of the result object in the header, right?
Yep.
And if we go back to our result is an authentication result, and it's being filled up here by acquire token silent async. Just going to go fetch it from the cache and get to work, right?
Cool.
A
bit of a round trip, but I hope it makes sense for people that are following around.
What?
I said it's a bit of a round trip to get the token and validate and then pass it on to the graph request. But I hope that people are able to follow the logic and why would it in this way back in the ADAL days.
Yeah, it might be a good one for the next one. It's just talk about protocols and all the hip hopping around you got to do to get signed in.
Yep.
Especially since so much of it is visible to users. You know, you got windows popping up and redirects happening and everything else. Okay, so we're newing up an HTTP client here. Making the request to me, to GraphWhack me. Using the access token to authenticate the call, and then sending it. And then once we've sent it, if it's successful, then all we're doing is just deserializing the user object into our own type and sending that back as the model view. Pretty straightforward, right?
Bingo.
If it is unauthorized, it looks like we are clearing the cache.
Expired token, I suppose.
Could be expired. Could be something changed, and you have to go reauth. Like your MFA requirements changed, or you changed network locations, and that triggered a new MFA, or any number of different reasons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Typically, it's an expiration because you don't go back to Azure AD every time you need a token. You use the one in the cache until it expires.
Yep.
So, let's see. Pretty much doing the same thing you do in the beginning, which is to generate an authorization URL.
Yeah.
And send the user back over there.
This should be a refactor code, so you don't have to do it twice. But we're not here to fix all the problems. We're here to modernize the app. So if you are doing the same work, I suppose that you're focusing more on the ADAL to MSAL migration, not on refactoring the whole code. But if you get a chance to do it, this is a good time to do it.
Yeah. I mean, for us too, like we looked at this, we just started looking at this code ourselves. So I think there's probably a bunch of stuff in here. We don't know what it all does. And trying to refactor the whole thing is probably not where we want to spend all of our time.
Out of scope. It's not part of the scope. Let's stick to the priorities, and then we can maybe do another session on refactoring bad code.
Yep. So, okay. So that means we have maybe 3 places we got to change some code, right? So let's get our list here. So the first one is startup.auth.cs. We gotta make some changes.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the user profile controller, change token acquisition for graph call. And then in our OAuth controller, we need to update change the authorization URL generation and update the cache. Is there anything else?
I mean,
those are the only places, right?
That's the only place. The one thing that I would do as a good opportunity now is to maybe move away from a credential and use a certificate for authenticating the app, because right now we have a hard-coded key or the service principal secret inside the app config, which is not the best in terms of security. Just thinking out loud.
Do we want to do that right now, or do we just want to stick with?
Okay, stick with. I said this is gonna be a stretch. It will be like a nice two.
Wait a minute. What's the rest? What's the meeting list for the rest of the afternoon look like? Like, how much time do we have to finish?
That's a good question. Let me check our calendars.
We have one at 4.
Since we're in the same team.
Do we have an hour? What can we do in an
No,
hour?
we have half an hour.
What happens in half
We have
an
a
hour?
we have the identity platform web app discussion, our website.
Oh yeah, I just can't. I can't read. So we have half an hour. All right. Well, so let's.
You have half an hour to do this. Let's do this, man. Woo-hoo.
All right. So the first thing we want to do is, so is identity.web available for Net Framework? I don't think it is, right?
No, it's not.
Yep.
So we have to go with the old-fashioned way.
Okay. So I wonder then. This is just authentication. I wonder what was available back then for. I wonder if we could use do OAuth here? No. I wonder if we could get our service there.
So we need to use a different library for that, right? That's
I mean, it's still going to be OWIN. I thought we had some OpenID Connect stuff for OWIN.
Yeah, we did, but we don't have the right library. That's what I'm saying. It's a different NuGet package.
Yeah.
Or maybe a later NuGet package.
All right, so let's see. What packages do we already have in here?
So.
Goodness gracious.
Wow, what happened?
So many packages. Ugh. All right.
No, I think it would be easier if we go back to the samples.
So, well, there's just so many installed. Let's just see. It's Microsoft.on.security. I believe it's just .openid connect. Maybe. There it is. All right.
But do you know if this one has the appropriate libraries that we need? The APIs that we need?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does.
Let me see if I go full screen on this one. It feels a little bit small when you do these things. I wonder if I am on full screen, I can see it. But if I have the window on half the screen on my wide,
I don't guess I can't zoom the.
Yeah, there is a sysinternals thingy, right, that allows you to zoom it. It's not zoom it, the one that Mr. Makrasinovich kindly made open source and you can install it, so you can do Control 1, if I remember correctly, and Control 2 for zooming in and zooming out. There you go.
Well,
or magnifier.
I'll just use magnifier for the moment. So it's on.secure or Microsoft.on.security.openid.connect.
Okay.
I'm 99% certain this is the right one. It's been a while.
Yep.
So we got that installed. So use OpenID Connect authentication. And then let's see, what are the client ID and metadata address? Not bad. That's all we need. The new OpenID Connect authentication options. And here's where we're going to put in most of our configs. Let's see. Our authority. I believe we've got a lot of this up here. Let's close down. Let's minimize some of this stuff. So here's our authority. So we've got one. That's good. Authority. We need to do need our client ID. We need our client secret. We need
Do you need to say which endpoint we're hitting, V1 or V2?
Well, that's in our authority right now. So this authority is a single tenant authority.
Okay.
Because this one is tenanted. So I think what's happening with this app is that these settings up here are really for the graph call. In fact, all these settings, these are just for that graph call and for the authentication for the graph call. The fact that we're using them here in this use Microsoft account authentication, I mean, I think they're effectively two wholly separate activities, right?
Right.
which is probably why it feels sort of disjointed and feels kind of bifurcated. So for the moment, let's turn that off because we don't need that one anymore.
Correct.
And yeah, you're right. Let's put a note here to check the authority. Do we need multi-tenant, or can we, or should we be single tenant? And I think I don't want to say most, but I think in a lot of cases, especially with enterprise apps, a lot of them are single tenant anyway. So the ability to log in a Microsoft consumer account is completely not useful for an enterprise line of business app that only needs corporate users to sign in, right?
Yeah.
It's, super helpful if you're a SaaS provider, or, you're building consumer apps, or you're building apps that, like Outlook.com, that have a private or have a public and a corp type of view. Like I've got my personal mail and my corporate mail, but I think if we go look at our data too, I mean, the vast majority of line of business apps are single tenant apps, right? Because by definition, they're just for somebody's corporation. They're not for, they're not like multi-tenant SaaS. So maybe that's something else we should put in here too. For the moment, I think based on this, I'm pretty sure our authority is single tenant, and we could change that by, instead of using tenant here, by just using a string called common. Common being anybody, regardless. So we'll use that. We'll use that authority for now. We got our client ID. We got our client secret. We need our resource, which is the graph resource ID.
That's a URL, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh no, sorry. Could be a URL. It could be the GUID ID. Either one is acceptable.
Okay.
Then we need to. We need. Let's see. We need our metadata. And the metadata address. This is kind of one of the nice things about OpenID Connect is, instead of having to set up, go and download keys and do all that sort of work ourselves, instead we can just provide it with a metadata address. And in Azure AD, there's an easy one, which is for everybody, or we can use your tenant. So let's use authority.
Do we want to show where people can get this?
Yeah. So we'll use authority /.wellknown OpenID configuration, right? So let's go pull that URL up in a browser. You take a look at it. So login.microsoftonline.com. We can do common, and then well-known OpenID configuration. And
I like how you don't copy paste. You type it both times.
And let's make it JSON friendly, right? So here we have our token endpoint. So it's so this is all of our data. We'll put this on put this in Notepad. So this is the common endpoint, which is any user can sign in. And well-known WAC OpenID configuration gives you the JWK's URI, which is where that's where you're going to go get the keys that the tokens are signed with, so you can validate the signatures yourself to make sure the signatures are good. And there's some other data, like we're going to typically sign with RS-256. These are the types of responses you can ask for, so authorization code, ID token, auth code and ID token, access token and ID token, or just token. We have the supported scopes here, OpenID, and we have the issuer. Now, the issuer is a little tricky when it comes to the common endpoint, right? And this is also the V1 issuer, which is going to be another thing we need to address. So this is the old V1 issuer, sts.windows.net WAC tenant ID. Right?
Yep.
Now, because this is in the curly braces, when you get a token, it's going to have an actual tenant ID in here, right? The reason this becomes a problem is because when we fetch the metadata, it's going to have this string, and this string is not going to match the token that comes in, right?
Right.
Because we don't know the tenant ID. This is the common endpoint, so it could be coming from any tenant. But the issuer claim in the token will always be the issuer's, have the issuer's ID in it, right?
Yep.
So if we go back and let's pull up a Microsoft Identity Platform token, because we've got some sample ones that we can look at. So let's pull one of these up and go take a look at what's in it. So this is a V1 one. And let's go over here and take a look at what's inside. It's like a Kinder Egg. All right. So this is a sample ID token. And JWT.ms, if you're not familiar, it's a great tool for opening, cracking open, parsing ID tokens and access tokens that are JWTs. And so you'll notice the issuer of this token follows the format that we would expect, sts.windows.net, but it has a tenant GUID in here, right? So that's one of the issues with using the common endpoint only for your metadata, is that you now need to figure out, okay, how am I going to validate the issuer to say that the token is coming from a tenant that I trust or that it's valid, right? So how do we validate the issuer? This typically isn't an issue with single tenant apps, because in single tenant apps, you've got one issuer that you need to trust, which is your own. So the alternative way is, instead of the URL being common, instead we use your tenant as the ID in the thing. So I'll put mine here. So this one's common, right? This one has my tenant ID in it. And it could be this tenant ID. It could be a custom domain, which makes it way friendlier, especially if you know, if you're in a big corp and you don't necessarily know what your .on Microsoft might be. You can use this, or you can use GUID. So if you know your tenant's GUID, or you have it through some other you know, some other thing, then you know your tenant GUID, and then the same thing, .well known WAC OpenID config, right?
Brilliant.
So the fun part here, however, is that now that we're in this tenanted URL, you'll notice the token endpoint has changed. It's got my tokens GUID now. Otherwise identical. But most importantly, the issuer is now a tenanted issuer.
Yeah, and it should match the...
Right.
We should be able to validate it.
So this becomes a string comparison. So this is, does this string match the string that's in my... does this string match the string that's in my token? And I don't have to worry about it otherwise. Which is a much simpler, much more straightforward mechanism for, especially for line of business apps, because typically, again, you don't have a whole lot of other people doing them. And then there's some other data here. We don't really care about the majority of this, right? So that's V1, right? So that's all using V1 endpoints. And so that's why you'll notice the data that's in there is stuff like sts.windows.net. Now, if we change our URL to v2.0, we just add v2.0, which we're going to add right here. All we did was just add this extra path. Now we have the v2 endpoint. So you'll notice the v2 keys are here, discovery v2 keys. OAuth 2 WAC v2 WAC token instead of just OAuth 2 WAC token. And the issuer is different. Now it's login.microsoft online WAC my tenant ID WAC v2. Right?
There you go.
The authorized endpoint is different, whatever. This suffers the same problem, however, as the common endpoint. So this URL is also valid for common. So you'll notice common, whatever. but it's tenant ID. It's a templated one, right, with tenant ID in here.
Yep.
And maybe that's something we'll come back around to that in the future, because I've had to write a validator I've had to write a validator like this before, so we can look at doing that, or I think there are a couple that are already out there on the internet anyways, but for the purposes of the next 20 minutes that we've got, let's just stick to a tenanted endpoint,
Yep.
assuming this is a corporate line of business app, and that we want to go to V2.
Yep. Well, I think if you're upgrading at this point and you're looking at switching between ADAL and MSAL, you might as well update to use the V2 endpoints.
Right, because that's going to make that's going to change some of our token calls anyway.
Yep.
So we're going to upgrade to the V2.0 endpoint. We're going to use MSAL for token acquisition. All right. Now the last thing we need to do in here is we need to set up our notifications. Okay. So in here, I think it's OpenID. There it is. So in here,
you can search, right, and we'll filter.
Yeah, so you're the wizard when it comes to Visual Studio things, right?
Yeah, maybe we should do a session on Visual Studio one day.
I mean, we got just the guy, right?
So many ideas, so little time.
So we're going to do two of them. We're going to do security token validated, and we're going to do authorization code received, right?
So this is an event handler, right, or a Lambda that is going to handle what happens when we get the response back.
Yeah. See, I don't even remember the signatures anymore.
I think it's you need to do equals open close bracket X and then point to Lambda.
Hang on. So
or you might even be able to skip that altogether. Or you need an async.
Actually, we don't. I don't think we're going to do anything async on security token validated. I don't think so. Maybe we do. Maybe we do need one. Okay, it doesn't return anything. All right, that's fine. Return task completed task. All right. And then our authorization code received. Uh-oh, did I lose you, Christos? Uh-oh. We lost you.
Hey.
That was a little awkward. You all right?
Yeah. Were you speaking to yourself?
Well, I heard the dip noise, so I wasn't sure if you were still around or not.
No,
the Skype drip.
Technology is not working with me today.
Okay, so there's security token validated, and then the other one is authorization code received. And I think, let's see. Yep, doesn't return a code path. All right. So here we're going to handle redeeming the authorization code and storing it in a cache, storing it in a cache.
Yeah.
Security token validated, I don't even know if we necessarily need to do anything here, but the point of security token validated is this happens after the token itself has been validated, meaning the signature has been validated, the audience has been validated, and the issuer has been validated, right?
Okay.
So, but this is right before like ON or identities writing the cookie out, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here's where you can add your own custom or additional claims here.
Nice.
To the user's principal, right? So if you want to add your own claims, this is where you're going to do it. Now, authorization code received, this is where we're going to handle what we were doing, I think, what was it over here in this OAuth controller, right?
Right.
So everything that's happening here, we're going to basically do this with MSAL back over here in startup, right?
Yep.
So we'll just do a completed task here just so it stops barking at us. So first we need to go get MSAL.
Good point.
Added to our project. Get my magnifier back out. And we're going to go search for, what is it? Microsoft whatever, MSAL. I don't remember the name of the package. So.
Oh God, this project has 24 updates.
Oh, no,
that does my OCD there. It's like, I need to go and update it.
Not touching it, because then the whole thing...
I know. But as a standard practice, people should, and they should make it part of their CI/CD to always keep the latest and the greatest on their packages or dependencies, because many times there will be security issues with all their libraries. So latest ones should be addressing these issues. But for now,
yeah,
it's outside the scope.
They address issues by not working. So your entire project blows up and you can't have your app breached if it doesn't work.
You should make it part of your planning or of your sprint or whatever. So somebody in the team should be looking after the NuGet packages or external dependencies if you're doing JavaScript, Node, or whatever.
You know, that would be an interesting poll to ask someone, hey, have you ever upgraded your NuGet packages and then just had your app still rebuild correctly? Because I'm pretty sure the answer to that would be no for almost everybody.
I mean, it depends on how old this is, right? So if this one, for example, was using Newton.json from 2 years ago or 3 years ago when the sample went out, then I suspect some APIs would have changed, which means that certain things might break. But people also have the appropriate testing around their code, so when things break, they can quickly go back and fix them. It's a whole kind of we need a few weeks of content there to cover all the best practices. But I know companies, I know teams that work really well around that space. They also have external tools like Snyk, where they would go and check the dependencies and tell you whether there are any security CVEs raised against those dependencies as part of the CI/CD process.
You heard it here first. I'm just kidding. Okay, so we're going to create. So the first thing we need to do, we need to build our client. The same way that, like back in ADAL, we used to use the confidential or authentication context.
Yeah.
In MSAL, we create this concept of this object called a confidential client or a public client. Confidential clients are things like web apps, and really, the difference is, can you keep a secret, right? You can't keep a secret in a mobile app, for example, right? Because anybody can go download your APK and disassemble it and find your secret. You can't store a secret in something like a JavaScript app because it's running in the browser.
Yeah.
So those are public clients and they can't have secrets and they don't use secrets. Confidential clients are things like web servers, because hopefully nobody has access to your web server that they could, that your secret would get leaked. So that's
the
why
key there is hopefully.
Hopefully, that's right. So these are confidential clients. In fact, that'd be another good show. Would be talk about protecting your secrets with MSI. In fact, I think you talked about that earlier today. So that'd be a perfect one for us to do. Plug, right?
Yeah.
I mean, while it's only you and I here, we might as well have fun, right?
Indeed.
So we're going to create a new one. It needs client ID. Oops. Which we happen to have the client ID already.
Nice and handy. And the client secret.
I'll be honest. Do you like this builder thing where you dot this, with that, with this? Do you like this? Because everybody seems to be doing this now.
I would say probably. I don't know. Oh, you mean the builder?
The builder pattern. Do you like that?
Yeah, the builder pattern. It's okay. I think it's quite modular. It makes it easier to read. But I think I'm getting used to it right now, so I don't have. I would say okay. I'm okay with it. I'm not in love with it, but I'm okay with it. If I have to use it, I will use it. But I have to say that IntelliCode is nice there. It tells you what you need to bring it brings the things that you need to the top, right?
Yep.
When you do IntelliSense. So IntelliCode is freaking awesome.
All right, so I think the last one we need is with a redirect URI, and that is one thing that we got to think about a little bit is where are we going to be coming back. For the moment, we'll just put a string in here, and we'll come back and clean that up once we get it working.
And do you not need scopes there yet? No.
Not yet, because we're not requesting any scopes just yet. We're going to do that down here. So now we've got our confidential client. I got to build it, right? So what is that, a dot build or something?
Dot build, yep.
Build, yeah. All right, so now we've got our client. And down here, MSAL client, we are going to acquire token with authorization or by authorization code. And here's where we do our scopes. So, what scopes do we need? It's an array of, it's a
user.read.
So we need user.read.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the only
I think that's all we need, right?
Yeah. So there are our scopes, and then we need our authorization code. And our authorization code is right there in the object X, in our X, our object that gets passed in, which it is an authorization code received notification, and there's our code. And we need to set up a cache.
Oh yes, we need a cache.
I'll go do this. As much as I hate doing this, I'll do this to make it easier to read. I don't
really hate to do that.
I don't like multi-line statements. It just really bugs me. Anyway.
Well, you mean that now that you have the ultra wide screen, you don't mind, right? Because you can fit everything in the screen. That's what you're saying. Everybody's going to buy an ultra wide screen because JP likes to have everything in one line.
Where's the cache? Where do we set the cache?
Is that not part of the?
Kind of forgot. You know what? It's an in-memory cache by default, I believe.
Yeah, you can search for caching there. Or cache, type cache, and then it will.
Yeah, when you say type cache, what do you mean by that?
Like when the IntelliCode is on, you can type and it will filter.
Oh yeah, but no, I don't see any caches there. I think by default it uses an in-memory one, but there's definitely. I need to remember the override for that, or the.
You do know that we can look at the docs, right? This is what people tend to do.
Well.
You don't need docs. You have everything in your mind.
I'm just kidding. Oh, that's right. This is MSAL. MSAL's caching is different. I forgot. So, MSAL, you can use your own cache, but instead, there are two types of caches: app token cache and user token cache. Right?
Yeah.
And what we will do is instead of you re-implementing a cache entirely from scratch. Instead, we will give you hooks and events into our cache, right? So the user token cache, there's a before access and an after access. So before access is before the cache gets accessed. After access is after the cache gets accessed, right? So before, let's say you want to use a SQL for your token cache or table storage. I did a table storage one the other day.
Okay.
So before access is when you would go and fetch that from table storage and then hand the bytes over to the cache. And then the MSAL cache figures out deserializing it and figuring out whatever. All you're responsible for doing is fetching it from your persistence provider and getting the bytes. And then you hand the bytes over to the MSAL token cache, and it does the rest of the work for you. And then with after access, it does the same thing. It takes the cache as the cache bytes that MSAL has written, and gives you the bytes to go figure out how to persist them somewhere. So you figure out the persistence and the keys and everything else, but the cache itself is just a blob of bytes that are given to you. And then, so it's much easier to deal with because you don't have to do all of the work to re-implement the cache yourself. You just handle that sort of first and last mile of how do I get it to and out of some type of persistence provider, right?
So would that be Redis or storage or whatever?
Whatever you want it to be. Why does he keep hanging up on me? It's getting old. Why do you keep hanging up on me?
I'm not keep hanging out on you. I think Skype is not agreeing with me.
Oh.
By the way, we have a meeting in 3 minutes.
Okay. Well, then let's pick this. So I'm going to leave this exactly as it is, and let's just come back in half an hour and
Finish it off.
finish it off.
Nice. Okay, I'll see you in half an hour.
See you.
hitting you in the head. I'm surprised at the...
My beautiful face.
It's there. All right. Okay, so let's get back to our app.
Yep.
So, we got OpenID Connect Auth here.
Uh-huh.
We got our authority set up, although I was thinking about it. Our authority also needs to be V2.
Yes.
So, let's make a change up here. Let's see, we're going to format the instance with the tenant. And we also need, I don't know, string.format's so old now. I wonder if we just do something like read-only string authority. And then we do AAD instance, oops, whack tenant, whack v2.0, because we want to be on the 2.0 one.
Yeah.
And in fact, I don't think we need the slash either. Let's go look at our settings and see. We don't, because there's already a slash in there. We do need one at the end. All right. So tenant whack v2, and then we can also, this way we can take v2 out of here. We got our config, we got our notifications, although I don't know if we need security token validated, and we got our authorization code received. So we've got that set up. Let's go over to our profile container, or profile controller. And, oh, this is still such a mess. So, you know, let's just run what we've got. Let's run what we've got and see how far we make it.
Yep.
So what we've done effectively is removed.
ADAL?
Well, we haven't removed ADAL yet.
No, we haven't removed ADAL. You're right.
We haven't touched ADAL yet.
We brought MSAL into the middleware.
That's true. We've obviated the need for ADAL for the authorization code swap, so that'll simplify some of our code in that OAuth controller. We can dump that. But let's get this running and see. Let's get this running and see what we got. And I'm going to open it up in a private browser again, just for the sake of not having to worry about hangovers from other accounts that are signed in.
Yeah.
Get this zoomed in a little bit too. Oops, maybe not that big. We'll do 175. Okay. So we're not logged in, so let's do a login. Let's see where this takes us. And, oh, so now we've got OpenID Connect here available.
Nice.
So let's click this. Where is this going to take us? Oh, uh-oh. So we got a bad request. All right.
Something in the settings is not right.
This was trying to go to account/external login. Unable to obtain configuration. So we must have put the config data in there incorrectly, it seems. This PII is hidden. There's actually a flag to turn that off when you're doing development.
Yes.
I think it's the identity logging event source or something like that. But unable to retrieve documents. So that sounds like we tried to get our metadata, our OpenID Connect metadata, and we failed. So let's go look at our URL and see what's wrong with it. It's back in startup. And our authority is here. Instance tenant whack v2.0 whack well-known OpenID config. All right, well, let's take a look at this and see what's getting created. Sure there's a slash that's missing,
Or an extra slash there.
Yep, or an extra one. Yep.
Wait a minute, go back to the scroll down. I think it's the authority. Scroll down a little bit. It's in the MSAL config settings. So, oh no, you have. So it's authority / well known. That should work. But yeah, let's.
Oh, you know why? It's still using the string format. It's still got the It's still got the 0 in the brackets for using the old string format.
Oh, gotcha.
That's all. So we can delete that. All right. All right. Let's get our browser back here.
Do you still have string format in there?
No, I'd switched to interpolation.
Ah, good.
All right. We'll probably ditch our breakpoint too. Probably don't need that anymore.
Straight to production.
There's always some mundane detail. We got to figure out why this is so slow. All right, let's get logged in. No yellow screen, fingers crossed.
Dun, dun, dun.
No yellow screen, all right. So let's choose OpenID Connect here, make this a little bit bigger. OpenID Connect. Let's see where we go this time. So now we're going to, so we're at the right place. If we look at our URL, let's go take a look at that here. So we've got a tenanted URL this time because we're using our tenant ID.
Yep.
OAuth 2, V2, so that's all correct. Authorize, and then we've got our client ID. Resource. There are no resources on the V2 one. And if we look at our error message, our error message is that the resource request parameter is not supported, as you would expect. So
yeah, we don't support resources. We support scopes.
So that is because our URL is being generated by ADAL. Because remember over in our over in our other one.
Yeah.
Yep. We're using ADAL to generate that URL. So of course it's going to generate a URL for V1, which uses resource. So let's get over here to our user profile thing. So this is our user profile controller. Oh no, we don't need to be here. We need to be an account. Because is that not our view? I believe that's our view. Let's see. Account. Let's see here. Send code. So much extra code in here that we can dump. That's all MFA stuff that was built in. May not actually be here. Well, let's just see where else. Well, actually, let's just see where we are generating URLs with ADAL. That'd probably be a good start.
Yep.
Okay, let's go find that. So we're doing it in user profile. Looks like we're only doing it in user profile. So is it taking us over to... Is it taking us here at some point? So this is to get the user profile. This is when it goes to fetch. So,
That's a bit weird.
It's kind of weird. We must have missed something in our change over here. Unless, oh, I didn't put a scope in here. And is the scope just a string? It is. Okay, good. Yeah, we don't need the resource. That's right.
Yep.
That would be my mistake. We don't need a resource because we are not using resources. We are using scopes. All right. Okay. Let's get this in our private browser again here. Okay. You gotta figure out why it's so slow. It's killing me, driving me nuts.
One day we'll find out. Right now, it's out of scope. It just goes to show how much effort it takes to, even start looking at migrating one thing, right? And we're only doing one component. We're not moving to .NET Core. We're not rewriting bits. It's just insane.
All right.
Show me the money. That was a brilliant movie, by the way.
What was that, Jerry Maguire?
Jerry Maguire.
I don't think I ever saw it.
What?
Well, I mean, when did it come out?
Oh, come on, man.
I'm just saying. People are like, you've never seen that movie? And I'm like, well, no, because I was like 7 when it came out. My parents never let me watch that.
Yeah, there's this thing called Netflix or video on demand. You can always go back and watch it.
Hey,
you don't have to watch it live at the cinema, right?
We're here now. So now we're here. We're ready to sign in. So
Let's do this.
Let's look at our. I mean, like I've never seen Star Wars either. Not because I mean, just when it came out, I was too little, and my dad wasn't into that kind of stuff. So
you just alienated half of our audience. Now, if you say Star Trek as well, then we alienated the other half, and then it's just gonna be you and me forever here.
I mean, I don't have any problem with it. I just don't know much about it because it was never. It was just never it was never a thing that was available.
It is everything available on Disney Plus, man. Come on, get your kids on it. I mean, I've managed to get my kids on it, and I have 2 girls to watch Star Wars. So there you go.
Okay, so let's look at the URL it sent us to. We are now at a tenanted login, right? So we're at our My Tenant ID. We're at the V2 endpoint, which is great. We got our client ID. We're going to get back a code and an ID token, which is an interesting change. Because we may actually fail here because that's going to be implicit. And we have OpenID, profile, and user.read as our scope.
Yes.
So we've got a valid authentication request now. So let's get signed in. And then I'll have to multi-factor. So half of my devices are going to start buzzing off the table. All right. Approve.
Almost.
Oh. Unsupported response type. ID token is not enabled for the app. So this is kind of what I was just saying. So this is saying that the response type of ID token is not enabled. And what this really means, which there's actually a helpful link here, is that implicit flow is not enabled for an ID token for this application.
Mm-hmm. But should we be using implicit flow for this one?
No, not if we don't have to.
Exactly.
Because the whole thing about implicit is that instead of a code coming back, with implicit, you're both signing in as a user and getting a token from the same endpoint.
Yeah.
So we're going to get an authorization code from the authorized endpoint and then send that to the token endpoint to get the tokens. But with implicit, we're going to go sign in, and in the initial response, instead of getting an authorization code, we're going to get an ID token. So we don't want that, though, because that means the ID token is going to come back in the URL, or at least come back in a form post. And we haven't done anything to sort of validate that this call is coming from our application, right? There's no way for us to authenticate the app the same way that we have to in an authorization code flow, right?
Yep. Yep.
So instead of turning that on, let's just change our token type or our request type.
Let's fix it.
So that should be, I believe it's under response type. And there, at one point there's an enum for this. I don't know if there still is or not, but we want just code. Okay, restart this guy here. All right, get our private browser up again. Have to sign in again, but that's okay. Localhost 442.443.23. Although I could probably switch to one of my Edge profiles for that account now that we've signed in, because we know sign-in works, so that's good.
Yeah, yeah, that's correct.
So, all right. Still spinning.
I'm telling you, one of these days we'll fix it.
Yep.
Just not now.
Not in scope. Maybe we should have picked a different sample app. That's okay. There we go. All right, our app's back. So let's get logged in.
I think we have a couple of people on the stream, by the way.
Hey, how about that?
Welcome everyone on our inaugural stream.
Primordial.
Primordial.
I'm gonna use this one because I'm already signed in. Let me log off here, just out of the app. All right, let's get logged in. We use OpenID Connect to send us over to Azure AD to sign in. We signed in. Oh, okay. So something's still not right. So this is saying that the application asked for scope OpenID profile user read that doesn't exist on Graph. Interesting. So, invalid client. Wonder if we need the full. We shouldn't need the full. User.read is usually enough. Let's try OpenID profile user.read. Yeah.
Why are they saying valid client? That's weird.
Let's look at our permissions here. Make sure that the default one should be there, and it is. Okay, so sign in and read user profile. Cool, that's there. Let's do just user.read.
Yeah.
Although OpenID should be there, but we'll come back around to it, I suppose.
And user.read is there.
Yeah, I don't think we should have to. I don't think we should have to
define them.
To define those explicitly, or we should have to define those explicitly, but perhaps the code's doing it on its own too. That's certainly one possibility. So the OpenID Connect, use OpenID Connect middleware, maybe doing it on its own.
Mm-hmm.
Or I shouldn't have put the pluses in because they may be getting they may be getting URL encoded. So certainly possible. Let's see. Whenever it finally loads. Okay.
So it doesn't have to be an array, right?
Sorry?
Is that what you're saying? So it may have to be an array or a comma separated list?
Well, it's not comma. It's in the spec. It's just space separated, space delimited list. And I put plus signs in there, but I'm wondering if maybe it encoded the plus sign, so it looked like one big scope. So okay, so this is progress at least. So now we've got a null reference on our claims principal because our claims principal is most likely null. Let's see. Oh no, there's an identity in there. Let's see, not authenticated. What are these claims that are in here?
Crack it open.
Yeah, it's not. It's just the regular one that's running. So I believe that means we need to set up our we need to set up what scheme this is, like which authentication scheme it is for ASP.NET Identity. So let's do, let's see, authentication, authentication type. And then let's use, let's use the external cookie, since that's the one we were using before. Oops.
Yep.
For the other middleware. Let's use that one. Skype problems.
Isn't it Skype beautiful? We're going to find a better way to do it.
All right, let's get it fired up and see what we got. Oh, it says I've got a bad network connection. Maybe it's a me problem. Seems like it might be. Maybe that's part of why it's so slow. Let me call him back.
Whom you're trying to reach is currently unavailable.
Well, I hope he calls back when he's ready. All right, so we're still not getting our claims principal here. It's still not getting filled, so let's see. Oh yeah, we got to get into user managers and auth managers. Here we go. This is what we're looking for. Oh, now he's back. Are you back?
And I'm back.
Okay, good. I tried to call you back, but it didn't work.
Yeah, it came to my phone. I don't know why. It's Skype these days.
Oh, it's too bad.
Oh, God.
And of course, this is what we were forgetting is we need to we've got to actually sign a user in. That's what sort of toggles the cookie over, right?
Yeah, that tells the app that you have an authenticated identity.
Yeah, and definitely a little different. Definitely a little different than what we're doing now in things like .NET Core.
Sure.
So I wonder if we could just hook into this pipeline. That would be a lot better than trying to sort of reinvent that wheel. So
yes,
this is the OAuth controller. So the callback that it comes back to is just OAuth, which would be the index method. So let's find that in here. Let's see. Oh, sorry, that's in the OAuth controller. So that's coming back. But that's still not finding the principal because this app was set up to authenticate and authorize sort of separately, right?
Yep.
So it was authenticating a user using sort of the ON stuff, and then it was handling getting a token through through this sort of wholly separate flow, right?
Yes.
Kind of a strange way to do it, to be quite honest. So instead, let's see. Our account controller should do a login. And after we've logged in, what's our return URL in the account controller? External login callback. So this does a sign in.
Mm-hmm.
And then login provider. But that's only if they don't exist, I believe. Because then it sort of stubs one out. So that's the external login callback. What is external login? So that returns a challenge. And the provider is OpenID Connect, okay, which is so that's fine. So we're doing a challenge. Then we're doing a callback to external login callback. Okay. So let's go back here. Let's see, external login callback. And let's run it and see where this is. See which one of these is happening first.
Yep.
I think we probably don't have the schemes wired up correctly in startup. I'm wondering if that's what it is.
Okay.
There's a whole lot of code in this sample too. Like I don't know.
Don't get frustrated. We'll get there.
While we're waiting on that to load, let's come back and look here. So this is use, so that's external cookie, and then I think the question is, how does what scheme or what authentication scheme does use Microsoft account authentication do? You know what I mean?
Yep. Do we have anywhere in the docs that we can figure that out?
There may be, maybe there's some old ones somewhere. Maybe even some archived ones. Okay, so our provider is OpenID Connect. Okay, so that's cool. Our return URL is null, which may be part of the problem. We're not sending one in. Where's that coming from? So this is going to do a challenge to redirect us over. And then we end up here at the OAuth controller, which leads me to believe that we're not including a redirect URI in our config. And it would appear we are not. Redirect URI, and our redirect URI for this is
OAuth on the OAuth or the which controller do you need? The account controller?
Yeah, we need account and then external login callback, was it? I believe. Account controller, external login, and then it goes back to external login callback. Now this is a post, however. Oh no, that's the return. So then, the return's being set, I believe, from wherever you came from, where you were trying to go in the app. But so our return is going to be in the state.
And for those ones that have joined late in the game, we are trying to migrate from ADAL to MSAL. Since Microsoft announced that back in June that ADAL will be sunsetted in a couple of years, so we want to prepare people, and we're actually going through the steps now to see what we need to change in order to make that happen. So we have an app that uses ADAL for authentication and for grabbing tokens from Graph, and we want to replace that with MSAL.
Yeah, and I think the thing we're seeing now is there's trying to figure out the best way to get a user signed in, because this sample app had a bunch of extra, a bunch of different ways to sign in. So you could sign in with OAuth, you could sign in with Facebook or Google or a local account, all sorts of different things. And instead of using the OWIN helpers, we want to use the V2 endpoint and start using MSAL to do the OpenID Connect side of redeeming the auth code and making sure that we've got that. We need to make sure we get that code in the right place.
Yeah.
So let's see. So we do an execute on this. Mark this async. And here we've got our ID token and we've got our account, so we should have all that data. So now we need to, I'm thinking we need to get this into, we need to take our, we shouldn't have to do this though. We shouldn't have to manually create our principal that way.
Do you not need to tell ASP.NET that the principal has been set? Or set it yourself?
Oh, I'm trying to remember. It's been so, it feels like it's been so long.
So long ago, right?
Yeah, let's go look. Use OpenID Connect Authentication ASP.NET. What was it, 4.5, something like that?
Yeah. We need to be specific that we're not using core because most of the results these days tend to over-index on core.
Yeah, it's hard to find. These are older though. These are like 2014, 2016. So these should be. We should be able to find the. If it's something we're required to do. I didn't think that we were required to do it, but maybe we are. Yeah, here we go. So. Let's see. So there's use OpenID, connect authentication. I don't know why my mouse keeps moving. Let's see. Use OpenID, connect authentication. Our scheme.
Can you maximize that? So can you increase the font there? It's a little bit small for my old eyes.
So authentication scheme. Oops. And we've got our sign-in scheme. We've got our authority, response type. Client ID, client secret, save tokens true. So, I'm wondering if we might not have the right scheme set. Authentication type. We all need to chip in and get you some better internet.
Supposed to be the best. I don't know, man. It's weird.
All right, let's see. Why does it keep hanging up on him? I wonder if I'm accidentally doing it somehow. Like, it seems like every time I start typing in Visual Studio, it hangs up on you.
There's maybe some hotkey somewhere out there. Like, yeah. I don't know. We have John Miller from. Hey, John, where are you these days, man? Let us know. Which team are you on? Are you in NuGet or are you still doing compiler stuff? How many more things can we put into that authentication options objects?
I mean, it's all the config, right?
It is. It is. Tools for Unity. He's doing Unity again. He must be super excited.
All right. We're still gonna. We are not registering our. We're not registering our app correctly here. To make sure everything gets redeemed correctly processed correctly. Okay, so that's external login. No, don't want to go there. The reply URL does not match the reply URL configured. So this one is account.
We're getting closer.
Yeah. So this is going to account whack external login callback,
which we haven't registered into our. Have we registered that in the app registration? Have we put that direct URL?
No, because we didn't need it for the other one.
Yeah.
For the other. For the
older.
There.
Yeah.
Oops. Okay. All right. Let's get that in here. Okay.
Oh, somebody asked on the chat, what is ADAL and what is MSAL? And why are we migrating? Great question for those ones that joined halfway midstream. So ADAL was the old Azure Directory Authentication Library, ADAL. And MSAL is the new Microsoft Authentication Library. There are flavors on lots of languages, so we have Python, Ruby, JavaScript, .NET, and what have you. And the reason why we're doing this stream, our inaugural or primordial, as JP calls it, it's our first stream of the FY21 Microsoft calendar year, is because back in June we announced that ADAL is going to be sunsetted, and we want to help people migrate from ADAL to MSAL. Our first attempt is take an application, a web app written with ASP.NET, classic ASP.NET or ASP.NET full framework, that is already using ADAL and migrate that to use MSAL.
And why do we want to migrate to MSAL?
Well, first of all, because ADAL is not going to be supported after 2022, and secondly, because MSAL is so much better. Once you work out the kinks, right?
Obviously, right?
It's newer, so it's bound to be better.
That's right. Okay, so get our redirect URLs all in sync here.
Out with the old, in with the new. Exactly.
Okay.
John is asking, where's the migrate to MSAL button? Yeah, we'll write that and put it on GitHub. So if your application is using ADAL, you can press the button and say migrate to MSAL and check in the code.
That would make that would make an awesome GitHub action.
That would be an awesome GitHub action. But as you can see here, there are so many permutations of the code and so many different implementations that even on seemingly straightforward samples that don't do much, we still need to work out what needs to be changed and why.
Well, and a lot of it seems, is really related to the sort of separation between authentication and authorization, and then how the libraries are built. So we're using ASP.NET libraries to authenticate a user, but we're using MSAL or ADAL to get access tokens to call protected APIs. And a lot of work's been done to make that easier and more sort of simplified and straightforward with things like identity.web and with newer versions of MSAL. But not everybody is on .NET Core 3.1 building a brand new web app every day, which is why we decided to spend our day diving into an old sample that neither of us had seen before, to figure out just how difficult or easy it would be to migrate an old app over. So this one, we're still not getting our users signed all the way in. So we need to figure out why we are not getting our users signed in. Let's see. Redeem code. Oh, then we have to. Oh, that's right. I forgot. There's so many things I'm forgetting today. Handled code redemption. Okay, that way we've got the code to redeem ourselves. So it's all starting to come back to me now.
And now we know why we don't want to do full .NET anymore. But we want to support everyone, so it's just trickier, right? That's the whole point.
Sorry?
I'm saying it's trickier to work with the older code because, first of all, we haven't tested in a while, so it's hard for me even to get back that mental state of, hey, by the way, I need to be in that full framework kind of mindset. Because I've been doing .NET Core for the last 4 or 5 years, it's hard to get back into the older stuff.
Yeah.
So that's part of the challenge, I think. It's not that it's hard, it's the fact that we haven't done it in a long time.
All right, so yeah, so we have to tell it that we have done the code redemption ourselves, and then give it the response, but I need to find the docs for the older one here.
Yeah, let's go on a wild goose chase.
OpenID Connect authentication notifications. OpenID Connect authentication options. Handle code redemption. Let's see here. Previous versions. There we go. That's what I was looking for. Okay, let's see here. Authorization code received. Okay.
Are you looking at the web page that we can't see?
Oh yeah, sorry, it's on my other thing. Hang on a sec.
Oh, it's on your secret screen, right?
Let's see here.
It's a safe space here. You can share. It's just us.
Let's see.
Almost there. Almost there, migrating from ADAL to MSAL.
Almost there.
Almost there. It's part of the
We're
process.
getting there. One way or the other, we're going to make it. Let's see here. Oh, what is this? Wait a minute. Is this the same? Oh no, this is a different one. Okay.
You can't ask me because I can't see. It's not the same. It's not the old one.
No. I'm almost there. Let's see.
Yeah. Looking through the docs, especially for older code, again, it's challenging because of the over-indexing on the later stuff.
Yeah. So this is actually another sample that looks to be. Let me zoom in a little bit here. This is another sample that looks to be a newer.
We can't see where you're zooming in. We're still Oh, there you go. I can see it now. There was a little bit of delay.
It's interesting because this looks to be very similar to what we're trying to do.
Okay.
And it was updated yesterday. So.
Still their code.
Let's see. So a lot of this looks similar, as we would expect. Unauthorization code received, unauthentication failed. And then, so this is doing a confidential client app, yep. And then acquire token by auth code, which we would expect.
Yep.
And then on failed, we're handling the response, yep. So where are we configuring this scheme? It must be here. Although, I'm not sure if this is not core, though, I don't think.
Scroll up. I might be able to see it from the libraries. If it was updated yesterday, I'm surprised that it says ASP.NET Web App, so it doesn't seem.
This is old, 4 years ago, with the exception of this one. So yeah, no, this is an old sample. Good, this is .NET Framework, so this is where.
And we're maintaining it, so that's fantastic. It was only updated yesterday.
This is where we need to be.
Perfect.
So. Our authority is good, client ID is good, redirect URI is good, all those are fine. Token validation, so they're doing false here, likely because it's using common, but we're not using common, so we don't need to worry about that. And then we've got an authorization code received here, and a same site. So, which we're not doing same site. We're gonna have to handle that too. But I wonder if this one still requires implicit to get the token separately, to get the ID token separately from the authorization code.
So that's a configuration setting inside the app registration, correct?
To set it as implicit, yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Let's go look at one other thing first before we completely go down that route. So this is just doing an authentication challenge with the default types of, okay. And then, yeah, this one's pretty similar to the other one, so that's cool. Okay. So, oops, don't want to be there. Oh wow, look how old that is. A Vittorio commit. Okay. I don't want to be there. Alright. Yeah, like I'm wondering why we've got these two separate ones here. So we've got an OAuth 2 code redeemer and OpenID Connect here. Almost as if we can't separate the authorization code we get from the ID token that we'd get if we use the ID token implicitly, right? I wonder what we could do here. So we could go the easy route and flip on implicit, which I don't really want to do.
should we try and see if that fixes it, and then we can come back and remove it? That would be an
Sure.
idea.
It's a good idea. Let's do that. So let's enable implicit for ID tokens. And let's take out our response type here. Okay.
Whoa, is it like a helicopter coming your way?
I don't know what that is.
Wow, that is loud.
It is a little strange.
It's like maybe a tank is coming by your house.
Yeah, I don't know. It is a little strange. I'm a little anxious about it now. I don't know what I don't know what it is.
You're in the basement, so you're safe.
Yeah, let's hope so.
I like how they say, find a quiet space to do your stream.
Well, I'll be back home in a week or two, and
It's fine, I'm just messing with you.
we'll probably do one more in this basement, and then I'll be back home.
Home sweet home.
Yeah, where instead of whatever that noise is, it'll be my kids running around like crazy upstairs.
I think kids are bearable. I mean, any sound is bearable. We live in an environment where we have external sounds. We can't isolate that. I mean, I would love to have a studio for streaming. That would be fantastic. Maybe I can expense that. Hey, boss, I need an isolated room.
It seems slower than usual now. Maybe we've thoroughly broken it now. I don't know. All right.
Have you turned on implicit?
I turned on implicit. Yep.
Awesome. Okay.
And took out our explicit response type because I believe the default one is code plus ID token. And I think that's what's so frustrating, or at least it was historically, it was very difficult to find like the code sample you needed. You know, like what is the configuration that we need for OpenID Connect or whatever? Like what is it so that we can do it?
That's perfect feedback for us. For us, this is perfect feedback for us to look into, especially for older tech.
And we're missing the OpenID scope.
Hey, at least now we know something is missing and it's clear. So let's go and fix it. Easy to do.
Okay. I swear every time I run this app, it opens up in a different browser instance. This is driving me crazy.
Well, it's about keeping you on your toes.
Surely there's some way to say always open a debug session with a specific profile.
That's a good point. There might be a way to configure that in Visual Studio.
And Visual Studio Code, I think, is pretty easy. It's just part of your launch parameters. I'm not sure how to do it in here, though. All right. Log in. Okay, we got our challenge. Going to get redirected. Already signed in. Now, do I have any login info? I can't imagine I do. There's an external identity, but it doesn't have any claims in it. Oh yeah, it does. Okay, we're closer. So now this has my. All right, so our so we do have something in here.
Mm-hmm.
So our login info is persistent false. That's fine. Okay, so that's going to turn for a minute. Turning. Thinking. Okay. And then our result was a failure. I don't know why there's a failure. Oh, because we don't have an account yet. Okay. There's our login provider. Okay, we didn't include profiles. That's fine. Okay. All right. This is encouraging. So I will use my email address. Now, we didn't include the profile scope. which is why we didn't get the email address returned in the token itself, which is why the email is null. If we included the profile scope, it would have been in there. But whatever.
It's not part of the me? I thought
Sorry?
it was part of me. I thought it was part of me.
No, in the ID token that comes back.
Oh, right,
it's not there.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
we haven't done the call to graph yet. You're right. Ignore me. I'm being daft. My usual self.
okay. Well, I don't want to sign out. I must have hit a button too many times. Let's get back to our app. Okay. So we've got our account. So that's a plus. So our account got created. Cool. Now the profile, I think the profile is going to blow up because we haven't switched that to MSAL yet, right?
Correct.
And we have not. And
Yes.
this URL will likely be incorrect because this is still an ADAL generated URL, but let's plunk it in here and take a look.
You're a brave man.
Oh yeah, so it's missing the tenant entirely. And it's a resource. So yeah, that's not going to work. So let's get over to user profile and work on that one to get our user profile, and then we'll figure out how to do the implicit split.
Yes,
I think it's kind of what we talked about earlier, where we're gonna have to say we're gonna have to redeem the code and then create the principal ourselves instead of letting the middleware do it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and do that.
Sounds good. Be right back.
BRB.
Let's go.
I gotta get hotkeys set up.
You have to.
Okay, so we're getting signed in, presumably because we are including the OpenID scope, but more importantly because we've toggled over to ID token. Although maybe that was all it was missing was the ID token. But we are redeeming the code down here. So okay, we'll come back around. Maybe that'll be what we do tomorrow. Okay, so let's get over to our user profile controller. So we took a look at this a little earlier, and there's a bunch in here, right? Now, ideally, the way this is working today is it's making you re-log in.
Yeah. Which we don't want to, right?
Which we shouldn't have
bad
to.
user experience. And it's
Right.
annoying
We shouldn't have to do that anyway. We should just be able to get the data directly. So.
Hey, is my picture? It's not. It was frozen and then it's not frozen, so it's good.
Okay. Let's also include profile in here, since we're getting the since we need the email address up front. So let's go ahead and put that. We'll go ahead and put profile in startup.
You don't need to change the app registration for that, do you?
Nope.
Okay.
So MSAL by default does like OpenID profile and offline access, I believe. That's why every time you use MSAL, you're getting prompted for. Allow this app to have access to my data at all times or even offline. Because the offline access scope is also included, but we don't really need that for right now, so I'm not going to worry about it. So let's go back to our user profile controller. Get rid of our breakpoints so we don't get hung up on those later. And this thing's doing a lot. And it's doing a lot that we really don't need because it's pretty much going through in a whole authorization code flow on its own. And we have the advantage here of having already done that during login.
Correct.
So we don't
or
need,
startup, right? Yeah, the login.
Yeah, so we don't need to go back and get it again. In fact, we just need to make a graph call. So what we need the configuration in order to create a new MSAL object. So let's just come back over here and let's just grab our MSAL object again. I guess we could make that static or something so we can pull it off of there, but whatever. So authentication context. We really don't need the bulk of this, but. So our authorization URL is incorrect because it's using ADAL, but I don't think we really need any of this. So if it's not null and we are authenticated, this is where we want to create a new client. I think I'm hanging up on you. I think there's some sort. I think there's some sort of.
You've been kicking me out all along. I knew it was not my fault. You need hotkeys. I'll tell you that.
I think there must be some sort of global hotkey because every time I do Control ED to format the document, it hangs up on you. And I do it all the time, so I don't even think about it anymore. So let's grab this and. We'll clean this up in a minute, but let's just make sure we've got these. Oh, these should be available, right? Off of since they're static.
Yeah.
These should be available, hanging off the startup object. Boy, that's ugly. All right.
Global variables, my friend. Global variables.
Yep. There they are. Oh man. All right.
You can do multi-edit, right?
Tell me more, Visual Studio guy.
Are we turning this into a Visual Studio session rather than an MSAL session?
I mean, that's
great.
what. I mean, I'm not, but you are.
If you hold down Alt and then drag the cursor around, you can do multiple.
Oh, okay. So now that we're here, we're going to do an acquire token silent. So one thing we could do before is we'll go look for an account. So MSAL client, get account, get account async, and the identifier will be this user object ID, which we're getting up here on 64. So we will, I guess we're going to have to, so we're going to get our user account, and we need to get it for certain scopes. So the scopes we've got an array, and we need user.read, and we need an account.
There's a little bit of a flaw in the logic there in the code. So it says claims identity, it tries to get the current identity. Then if the claims identity is not null, it will try to populate the user object. However, it doesn't say what happens if the claims identity is null, because you'll still try to enter the try catch block, and then you'll try to retrieve the user object ID, which you're using right now, and it will fail miserably. So,
this try, let's see, what is this catching? Oh, it's only catching an ADAL exception. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. And I also think, I mean, you couldn't get to this controller because it has a global authorize attribute at the top, which means that you need to be authenticated to be here. So there should be a user object anyway. I don't know if we need to have more defensive coding there, and if there's a chance that the user object ID could be null at any point. But just saying.
Well, but like we said earlier, right? Not refactoring.
Yeah. Yeah, small steps, baby steps. Just MSAL, just MSAL. I need to keep reminding myself, just MSAL. Thanks, man. Thanks for keeping me straight.
All right, so we got our token request.
Yep.
So let's execute that. Okay. And then here's really like this catch, we're going to have to change this to be an MSAL exception.
Yes.
MSAL
please.
client exception. Okay. And then there are all sorts of different error codes, but ultimately there's one. It effectively means like interaction required.
Yeah.
I'll probably have to go pull those up somewhere. Go look those up.
You have some auth context stuff there that we don't need anymore, right? We need
Yep.
to remove that. Yeah. Okay. Just making sure.
All right. So, oh, look at that. There's a doc called MSAL or migrating to MSAL.net. Zoom in on this a little bit. So, oh, that's our refresh token stuff. We don't need that. Let's see. Differences between... Oh, MSAL UI required exception. That's what it is.
Yes, because if the silent fails, then you want to prompt the user to re-authenticate, correct?
Yep. So...
I'm so good at this. I should work at identity.
You should. Okay, so we're going to catch that one. And then I suppose we could catch another one if we have just some... If we just have a generic exception, then we could do whatever this thing was doing it before, which was... we'll just, you know what we'll do? I'll just include the message here, since we're just debugging. Okay, so this way, we're saying if UI is required, which means user has to re-authenticate, user has to MFA, for whatever reason the token's expired, there's no token in the cache, whatever, then if this happens, we're going to re-auth. Otherwise, we'll just fail, and then we'll come dig through this mess here in a minute. All right. So, we're catching UI required exception down here. So I wonder, I guess we could just, I don't even know if we need an if here. So we don't need any of this.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't need this. This is just getting a token. Don't think we really need any of this either.
No, we don't. We're just ready to go and get our stuff.
Hang on a second here. I want to turn off keyboard shortcuts in Skype. Does anybody know how to do that? Enable global hotkeys. There we go. Gone. So now,
yes, finally. I'm not gonna wonder if my internet connection is so crappy at 600 megabits.
Okay, good. I can control ED now without hanging up on you. Okay.
Is that for formatting the document?
Yeah. It's almost muscle memory now. Control ED, Control S all the time, and that's probably why I was hanging up on you so frequently. I'm going to leave all of this here.
You get some auth context down there that is red squiggles underneath.
Okay, here we go.
There you auth. Yeah.
All right, so call the graph API.
Yeah, so, man. About time.
This is doing a string format on that. Why? Where's this tenant ID? What do we need a tenant ID for? Because you don't need a tenant ID in the graph. Let's go look at this graph user URL.
Can I say maybe we should add the graph SDK in there for completeness?
It's one call. You can bring in that entire SDK for one call.
Are we not doing the node paradigm where everything is a library?
No.
Hey, I'm not passing node here. I'm just saying that you get used to using SDKs, and then you don't want to manually roll your own HTTP requests. I'm
okay with it because it's literally one.
Fine. It's literally one. But if in your app you are using more than one calls to graph, you might as well just do. Plus, it doesn't do a good use of the HTTP client because it's newing up HTTP client every time you come here.
No, that's
There's
true.
a cat behind you. We have a sixth audience member.
I know. So here's what we'll do.
Does the cat have a name?
Don't new up. Oh, hey. I think its name's DJ.
DJ.
Don't
DJ
new up
and
a new HTTP client.
Don't new up new HTTP clients in your app.
Use the Graph SDK.
Don't use the Graph SDK.
If you like libraries. There we go. Yeah, the new HTTP client is definitely something we should take a look at. Okay.
No. So stay the course, man. ADAL to MSAL. That's all we're doing.
ADAL to MSAL. That's right. So graph user URL is just graph whack me. Okay, so that's cool. So why is it? So it's formatting the graph user URL.
Is it because it's adding pinning the tenant in there?
Well, but there's nowhere. There's no like. There's no token in here that he would replace. I don't entirely know what's going on there. So luckily.
Well, it worked because it wasn't doing anything. But if there was a placeholder, it would have broken.
Well, luckily we don't need to do anything. So.
Correct.
Okay, so that's all fine. And then we got to get our token object out of this try. Authentication result.
You know you can do Control L, right? Control Shift L. It will delete the row without putting it in memory.
Oh, that's good to know, because I always shift delete and then I lose whatever I had in clipboard.
Yeah, Control L will not lose it from the. I think it puts it on the clipboard. If you do Control Shift L, it will delete it. That's what I do all the time.
Good to know. All right.
So many tips on Visual Studio today. I think it's gonna be like a dual session. See how we can refactor code with Visual Studio, and then it will be like ADAL to MSAL. See, we can sell it in 2 different channels.
All right. So. So this is making the call, and then yeah, we got to get that token. We got to bump this token object up.
Yep.
You know what? I'll just reuse what they were doing before, which was just the result.
Mm-hmm.
So this will be result. Okay. And then this is getting the user stuff. Cool. Okay. And then this is the unauthorized stuff. So if this is unauthorized, let's figure out what to do with that later. And yeah, that's fine. Okay. I don't like all these tries. There's so many.
Expensive. Well, you need to have a try for the silent code failure, but what are the other tries?
Well, I still don't like doing that, but I mean, it's kind of built in. It's the way the library's used. We don't have many choices, you know. And
I think everywhere we have examples with MSAL, there's always a try catch, and the catch is catching the UI exception, right?
Yep. Okay. So let's give it a go. Let's see what we get.
It's judgment time.
Now we also don't have a token cache right now, so we'll have to figure that part out in a minute. Let's let it build and see what we get.
Redis. Stick some Redis in there. Not Redis? Redis. Redis.
I don't want to run it locally though.
Yeah, you can put Redis in a container and then do it.
All right.
And I know your love-hate relationship with containers, so I'm just messing with you.
I'm gonna log off here.
Yep.
So we make sure we have a nice clean path. So we can get logged out. I need to open the output window and see what this thing's doing. It's taking forever every time we run it.
Tell me about it. Do you think it has an empty framework in there somewhere doing stuff?
Oh, I'm sure it does. So it's built. Okay, there we go. All right, let's log in. Now I'm already signed in with my.
MSA account?
Not my MSA, my Azure
Corporate.
AD account. So
Yep.
I shouldn't have to re-authenticate.
You shouldn't.
Shouldn't have to. But I don't know why it's asking
Yep.
me to sign out. We must have I think we've got a bad. We must have a bad redirect somewhere, because there I am. I'm signed in, but it's redirecting us to sign out. Let me sign off again. Okay, so now I'm signed out. So we go to log in. Okay. And now we're signed in, but now it's asking me if I'd like to sign out. It's yeah, we got a bug somewhere we need to fix.
Yeah.
Whatever. So let's go to profile. All right. So here we're gonna go make our graph call. So let's see if we can get. Let's see if we can get a token. That would be a strong no. So we didn't get a token out of the cache. This should be an in-memory cache by default, but I'm wondering if our account, our object ID, is probably incorrect. So we're not getting the right account. So let's, I guess just for some debugging, let's look at what accounts we have in there, if any. MSAL client get accounts async. And then here we will use MSAL accounts first, just to see if we can get one.
Yep.
Loading, loading, loading. Look at all those assemblies it's loading. Loading, 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 loading.
It's .NET Framework, man. It is what it is.
Do we have any accounts? We have no accounts, but of course, if we had an in-memory cache of them, then that would make sense because we just terminated the process to start over, right?
Yep.
So let's get back to our home page and sign out.
We haven't fixed the logic of signing in, signing out, right?
Yeah, we got the the callback URL for one reason or the other. That path, that controller action doesn't think that we're signed in, or it thinks that we are and that we want to sign out. So we're signed in right now. And then we see we're signed out, or we're signed in. Now it's redirecting us to sign out, which is
weird.
Yeah, there's just a little bug somewhere. We got to go figure it out. Okay. So do we have any accounts? No, we do not have any accounts. I wonder if that little bug is causing us problems.
What's causing the problems? Yeah.
So external login. Where are we setting this? That's in startup. So we're setting our redirect URL to external login callback on account and external login callback. So if the login info is null, we're going to go back to login. And then we sign the user in, not persistent. And then if it succeeds, redirect to local to a return URL. If we're locked out, it's locked out. Requires verification. Nope. See, none of these. Why do we keep ending up at log off, I wonder?
There's definitely a fluke in the logic, but
something's not right around here. Let's see.
If you put a breakpoint on the log off, it might actually tell us what the stack trace was and then see where the call came from.
All right. Loading, 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 loading. I wonder if it's because I'm clicking log off, if it sees that as the place I'd like to go back to after I've signed in. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
almost like that's the return URL. Okay, so we'll log off, which I want to do this time. So now I'm logged off. Or I will be momentarily once it comes back. Okay, so now I'm logged out. So if I go to log in, I'm going to account/login. So all that looks fine, right? So home, all that. So I go to log in. I'm going to use external cookie as our provider. Logged in.
Mm-hmm.
Why does it keep... All right. It's almost as if... It's almost as if...
Go on, spill it.
It's taking us back to the logout. It's almost taking us back to like a post logout. Oh no, that's the post logout though. Why does it keep taking us to log out?
Do you see that stack trace where we hit the...
It doesn't even look like... I don't even know if we're hitting anything.
Oh, it
I don't
starts
think
with
I
trying
don't think
to
we're hitting
redirect
any
it to
of
the
our
logout.
code.
Huh. Takes you back to the logout. Nice.
On our post logout redirect URI, we can just go to the home page.
Yes, we can.
But I don't know what's toggling that. It's almost like the provider is trying to log us out fully, like all the way down but the provider's it's almost like the provider's trying to log us out of the identity provider by sending us to a logout, but it's almost as if it's getting blocked by the fact that we're not signed in. So then when we sign in, it sends us to where we were going, which was to a logout. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's what it feels like anyway. I don't know if that's what's actually happening, but that's what it's feeling like. I don't know. It's kind of strange, but whatever. We'll figure it out. Alright, so I'm not logged in. And for the sake of completeness, I'm going to make sure I am totally not logged in anywhere. Nothing here. Okay. So, get logged in. Okay. Choose my account. Get my password in here. Yeah, I'll stay signed in.
Do you want to sign up?
Like, I just want to sign out from the app, which I just want the app to toss its cookie. Really, it's just trash its cookie and be done. And see, now it's asking me what I want to sign out of.
Ah, damn.
I don't know. We got to figure that out, but whatever. Okay, so profile. We have no accounts in MSAL.
What are we missing?
Yeah, what are we missing?
What are we missing?
So this is our local cookie, our app cookie, right?
Yep. Because this was not happening before, right? It's only after we started messing with the... Am I right? It was not happening before.
Oh, wait a minute. That shouldn't be application. That should be external cookie. Yeah, the app cookie. The app cookie is the one issued by the app. The external cookie is the one issued by the...
Azure AD.
Yeah. Okay. So we're here. Let's so we can figure out this. Well, let's see. So log off. Okay. Clear the cache. Clears the application cookie. I think that may be why.
We found it.
I think that's why, because we were setting OpenID as the application cookie scheme.
Yeah.
So we're saying, hey, sign out that scheme, and that scheme is that one. So I think that may have been what it was. Okay. Nope. Still sending us to the wrong place. I don't want to sign out of that account.
Why? We don't want to sign out. We want to stay there.
And we still don't have any accounts in MSAL. I wonder if we're going to have to start digging into this token cache, too.
Yeah.
So, let's see. User profile. Alright, so there's our current identity. Do we have a current identity? We do. And it's authenticated. Alright. So then our name identifier is the object ID. Cool. And so MSAL, we create MSAL. All of our, it looks like we've got correct values for all these in here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, all that looks okay. But when we go to get accounts, we have none. We have none accounts. No accounts in here.
Could it be because the token is not populated?
Well,
Or we don't have it. We don't have a cache anyway. Well, we're not populating the cache, so I think that's the problem.
Well, but it's supposed to do it for you. I believe the default implementation is an in-memory one. I'm gonna look and see, but I'm fairly certain that's what it is.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Give me a sec.
Yep. Yeah, so if you don't do anything extra, the in-memory token cache lasts the duration, right? So where's our initialization? Alright, so not a desktop app.
And I'm back. I brought some food with me because I need the energy for my brain. You're doing all the hard work. I'm checking you out. I'm like, oh man, my brain is burning out. Where are we?
So it's interesting because if you look at the docs, our docs say, get back to where I was. Our docs say in the case of Net Framework and Net Core, if you don't do anything extra, the in-memory token cache lasts the duration of the app, although this is a desktop app. If we go back to the docs on the web app, so let's see, let's go down. Sorry, web app that calls web APIs. Code config. So yeah, so we're not doing anything. There's nothing really special here, although it is using this MSAL per user memory token cache. And that does not ship. Like, that's code somebody wrote. It doesn't ship with it. So I guess we're gonna have to. I guess we do have to do our own implementation now, which we could use Jean-Marc's here. But I guess we're gonna have to. We're gonna have to do it on our own.
Yeah, you need to add a class. If I remember correctly, I had to do that for. A web forms app, so I might have that handy.
Yeah, I think.
In effect, I just copy pasted what is on my right. So,
I think identity.web sort of does this for you.
yeah, it has an option to say when you initialize the user identity, and then right below on the builder you say dot use user cache or app cache.
Yeah, it's kind of a bummer though. All right, that's fine.
I'm eating a banana on the stream. Sorry, I got too hungry.
That's okay. I'm just gonna put it here for now. All right. Move it over into its own. Let's see. We're gonna use.
Code makes me hungry. Is the namespace correct?
Yeah, it's using Microsoft.extensions.caching. Let me pull up this other one here. Oh no, sorry, it's using system runtime caching. Oops, not the right one.
Somebody said thank you for the session. I'm going to respond back and say you're welcome. It was lovely having you here.
What? Where is that namespace? Oh my, I think I have to go. Oh, it's been so long. I think I have to add, what is it, like add?
Oh yeah, the com stuff. Yeah.
I'm not, well, oh, I guess I better stop debugging. I can like add a reference, right? Isn't that, isn't that how we did this 400 years ago?
I was doing it for a web forms app and I was like, oh my God.
There it is. Oh, cool. All right. Yeah, it's actually a framework one. All right. Okay. There we go. Okay. So let's see. So I've got one that uses table storage. Like you said, you've got one that you've been using. So, I mean, they're pretty simple, really, I guess, to implement. Like, so this is a 48-hour one. Of course, you know, our app's running for 3 minutes while we wait for it to load and then immediately explode. So it is pretty straightforward. So you set before access and you set your after access. Those are the two main ones. And they have these two notifications that go along with them. And those notifications are these notification arguments. So the after access is like, hey, I just finished accessing the cache. Has anything changed? If it has, then write it, right? So here's where we're actually doing the persistence to the in-memory cache, right?
Yep.
But you'll notice we're not doing anything with the cache data itself, right? The token cache itself handles serializing the data to get the bytes. All you're doing is writing the bytes, right?
Yep.
And then before access is right before MSAL needs to go look into the cache. And this is when we go and pull it back out and say, hey, here are the bytes. Go ahead, right? And that's what we're doing here is fetching the bytes out of the memory cache and then handing it off to MSAL and saying, okay, here are your bytes. You go do with it as you need to, right? And then this one is sort of self-explanatory because it's memory, it's thread safe. Then we're not doing anything in the before write, so we don't have to worry about like writes that are queued or doing any locking or whatever. Okay, so we've got our MSAL per user memory token cache. And let's see, we are going to take our client and our user token cache. Let's see, I believe all we have to do is a new token cache with the token cache, which is MSAL client dot our user token cache, because this doesn't have any app only this doesn't have any app only tokens, so we only really need the user token cache.
Yep.
And then I think that's all we need to do. So we've got our cache, and we'll need this in our other place too, where we are accessing it for the user profile. Okay. And then, yeah, we got to figure out this logout thing's really bugging me.
It is very weird, but as I said, I think we only introduced that after we started messing with the MSAL client on the profile page. Am I wrong?
I think
because it was working okay before, right?
I think it has to do with the authentication type we're using, because this sample has a bunch of extra code that does other things based on which one you're using. That I kind of wonder if we're going to have to redo that whole pipeline ourselves too. God, it's already 6 o'clock. Where's the day going?
I know. Hey, you said it's going to take us a couple of hours. Let's do a quick stream. It's going to be fun.
Let's do a quick stream, and we'll start at 10 a.m. Eastern time. 8 hours later.
8 hours later.
That's okay.
Still here. It's a learning process.
A labor of love, right?
Labor of love. Well, we have to go through this process so other people don't have to suffer.
That's right. Well, they suffer in that they're having to watch us, but I understand that sentiment.
We'll do the supercats.
That's right, we'll cut out 85%.
Here's the 10 minutes that you need to really, really pay attention to.
Oh, still opening in the wrong window. Come on now. Localhost. Okay. Still loading.
Still loading.
So many pieces of code. All right. I wish we could preload IIS to say, hey, just load all of these except for my one that I'm going to be changing, you know?
Yeah, so many things changed in the latest iterations that, you can do assembly cleaning as well and make it super lean and efficient. I like where things are going, but, legacy code is out there, so we need to support it as well. Or we want to support it.
That's true. It's sort of like when we would go to customers and talk about identity. You show up with 20 minutes of content, and you're there for 4 hours, right?
Yeah.
Because it's just the nature of it. Like, things are never as they seem.
And everybody has a kind of a bespoke setting or thing that they do certain things in a certain way.
Yep.
And therefore, you end up having to have this conversation with every customer, and every customer is almost different than the other one. Which keeps you on your toes as well, right? Because it's never the same. I mean, you're never bored.
All right, let's go log in to log out.
Yeah.
All right, let's get our access token. Cool. Execute result. We have an access token. We have my username as the account. So we have an account, so it should be in the cache now.
Yes. See, we're missing the cache.
So let's get here. So yeah, so we signed in, redirect to local, cool. And then some, for whatever reason, yeah, we got to figure that out. But whatever. Okay. So we're signed in. Let's go to our profile now. And let's see if our new cache is being accessed correctly. Cache, all right. Do we have an account? No, we still don't have an account.
Oh God, come on.
Not using this cache correctly. Hang on.
Well, that's so weird.
So there's the cache. Let's see how they're initializing it. So Jean-Marc's got this. He's got like a factory almost for his token caching. So he's got confidential client app, yep, with ID, secret, redirect, authority. Then it gets overwritten by that, yep. And that's the user token cache.
Mm-hmm.
And then MSAL app builder. Let's see. So it's a build confidential client app. That's static. He doesn't have any static members, so it's creating. So it's doing a create, a build, an override of the cache.
Yep.
With a new token cache each time, and then returning the client app. Okay, cool. So he's doing that in startup, as we would expect, right? Oops, not there. Startup.auth. Okay. On authorization code received. Does the build just like what we were doing. We get the code, everything's cool there. Execute async, so that should get it into the cache. And then in the app itself, yeah, build confidential client app, get account, and then acquire token silent. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's wrong with our thing here. Is why our cache doesn't seem to be getting set anywhere. I mean, every time he needs one, he's creating a new one, which is how you should do it, right? You create one when you need it, and because the parameters are the same each time, right? The same client ID, the same secrets, the same whatever, everything should largely be the same.
Yep.
So, or everything should be the same. So I'm kind of not sure why we are in this position that we're not getting
An account.
that we're not getting an account. Yeah. So we're building a new one. Client ID, client secret, authority, redirect. Those are all the same.
Is there a way to look into the cache to make sure that the account gets set, or that we're setting something into the account?
Well, I mean, we saw it in the other one, right?
Yeah, we did.
Let's see. Okay, so here's our main one. So we're doing a create, client ID, client secret, authority, redirect, build. And then client, secret, authority, redirect, build. We are sending in our token cache. Everything looks good there. We are acquiring a token by authorization code, which should fill the cache. So why then do we not have? Why do we not have an account? I wonder. It's very strange. Well, I'm gonna do one not good thing here.
Playing dirty.
Not the cache, sorry. MSAL client get account. I'm just gonna hard code this one in here for a minute and see if oops. Get an account async. And just use the identifier that I know is in there, although I still don't think it's going to matter. I still don't think we're gonna. I don't know. I don't think we're gonna get what we need, but whatever. We'll try it and see, I suppose. But not confident. I wonder what there must be something that we're missing. I'm still kind of suspicious of the authentication scheme. Although we have a principal, and the principal's got all of our data in it. And MSAL, I don't believe anyway, messes with those principals at all.
Nope.
At least not the way that we're using it right now. So I'm kind of perplexed. Trying to figure out why this is the way it is.
So two things. One is that we're getting logged out or redirected to log out, and then the other one is that we don't get the account from the MSAL cache.
Yeah, we're not getting the account from MSAL, and we are not getting. We're missing a. We're getting a weird logout when we log in. And it takes 10 minutes to build and run, which is kind of ridiculous.
Stay put. I promise you, next time we'll refactor this one to be lightning fast. sub 1 second.
Let's just do everything in .NET Core from here on out.
Rewrite everything in .NET Core.
.400 assemblies later, are we ready to go yet? Oh no, not yet.
No, I'm still thinking about it.
Oh, I think it's close. Feels like it's getting slower every time now, too.
Oh God, it's like watching paint dry.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels like it gets slower each time it runs.
The only problem is it's our code or our sample, so not the most flattering.
Yeah, we're still not getting an account. I don't know. Something's not right. Let's take a break. I'm gonna noodle this for a minute.
Sounds
Okay.
good.
All right. So we're back. So I think we're gonna noodle this one for the night and come back tomorrow morning. 10 a.m. Eastern.
10 a.m. Eastern sounds good. What, 7 a.m.? What have I done to you? 11. 11 Eastern. Give you some time to check your emails.
I mean,
Because
we
you
can
haven't
do
done
we
any
can do
email.
11.
We can do 11.
You wanna do
11
11
Eastern,
instead?
so that will be 8 Pacific time.
Okay.
And then that will be 4 p.m. UK time or Western
true.
Europe time.
All right. Well, we will be
Perfect.
back tomorrow at 11 a.m.
Yeah, and thanks to everyone that bear with us while we were going through this one. It was fun. Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Leave us questions. Tweet us, whatever. And